Good deal. Sit down. 3. No, really sit down. 2, 1. Hey, is today going to be the real best day ever? Please what you were in step 1. I know we're all important people, but if your phone is on, please turn it off. I'll be your best friend. Secondly, we are going to have 2 hours of back-to-back awesomeness, and so there will be no breaks. And if you need to take a break, you know what I mean, people, you can just get up and go and just come right back. So you don't need a hall pass. You may leave and come back. We're going to be going full swing for 2 hours. How are we doing? For that opening. I love it. It was so much fun. And what a way to kick off an amazing day. And today is Friday, right? All right. And so on social media, it's always Flashback Friday. And so I have a little take you back to the 80s and in the spirit of Flashback Friday, I want you to take a look at Okay, I know there's a lot of young people in it. If you have no idea who these 2 people are, I want you to raise your hand. Listen here, youngins, I'm going to teach you something. These people, Stanley and Helen Rover, were the old school landlords. Okay? And unfortunately, our industry has that perception a little bit still today. Like we're these landlords, like nosy, busybody up in everybody's business. But oh, how far we've come. We have come a long way. And fast forward to today, we're in this dynamic industry that is filled with technology that gives us the ability to serve our customers faster, better, more efficient, at the click of the button. Our customers can transact with us almost on every level without even having to come see us. That's awesome, isn't it? We don't even need to see them. Or is it? Or is it? Was there something special about the power of human connection that was forced upon us way back when we had no other luxury than to serve our customers face to face? You cannot replace the power of speaking to people human connection-wise, right? And technology has taken us to an amazing place, but we have to make sure that we keep that magic alive. And in 2016, we did two amazing things on top of everything else that we did. We did two amazing things that I believe are Camden's magic and are going to keep us connected to our customer better than ever before, and that is going to set us apart from the competition. And that is establishing our why, and we all know what that is. We are going to improve lives one experience at a time, and our 8 key moments. And we can say that we have a why. Saying it's easy. We can go out and say it all day long. But what do we really need to do? We need to deliver it, right? We need to put it into action. And how do we do that? Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to go out and do the why and do it. No, we need something to sink our teeth into. And thankfully, we, with the help of a special guest that we'll introduce later, came up with Camden's 8 key moments. And all of you in here know what these 8 key moments are, don't you? How many of you have ever Okay, you know what I love about these is that they're just so us. I mean, there's nothing fancy about this. This is not technical. It does not require a spreadsheet. It does not require a dashboard or any kind of funky anything. It's just us. It's like identifying moments that we get to do what we already do good, but we're going to do it gooder. And I know that's not work. And I don't care. I won't use it today. We're going to do it gooder. And you know why? Because we know when we provide a warm welcome, it creates that connection that is special. And we have lasting impressions, and we share Camden. It gives us that confidence to close. And when we close, guess what that affords us to do? To deliver the ultimate movement experience, right? We need that opportunity to wow them with that first impression. And along the way, we're going to make mistakes, by gosh. You know why? Because we're not perfect, and we're not expected to be perfect. Nobody ever said that this has to be perfect. So when we make mistakes, we're going to own it. And this is my personal favorite, owning it part. You know why? Because it's hard. And you know why? It's because when somebody is honest enough to give us direct feedback about a way that we can improve, we ought to embrace that like gold. We ought to own it, and we get another opportunity to make them proud of us, right? So that's one of my personal favorites. We're going to surprise and delight all the way because that's the fun part of it. And at the end of the day, our customers are going to refer, and they're going to renew, and they're going to review, and we're going to have even more fans than we ever thought we were going to have before. So do we see how these 8 key moments are the magic secret sauce for Camden going forward? Yeah. Oh, wait, I need it louder. I'm not scared to start this presentation over. If I'm not getting the right response, rerun it from the beginning. That's what you have plenty of time. Okay, so, but one thing I want to say, like with anything, you have to mean this. This has to mean something to you. You have to personally find a way to connect with this. Because this is our brand. This is it. This is who we are. This is not a one-time thing. We read a chapter, fold it up, next is what's next. This is for real. This is for you. This is here to stay. We gotta own it, we gotta live it, and we gotta put it into practice. And I know we're going to do that in 2017. All right, 2016. I know some of you in Houston, if I said, what's the best thing that happened in 2016, you'd say it's over. But listen, that's negative, okay? That's super negative, and I don't want to hear that talk in here. So let me tell you something. 2016 was freaking awesome. I'm telling you, it was awesome. It's not A-Top heyday, but that's okay because our other sisters and peers across the country, which is why we're amazing, helped, and they had an amazing year, right? You're so cute, sitting there all by yourself. Do you need friends? Are you good? I'm so proud of you for sitting on the front. I just noticed that. Right here. 2016, how did we do? We all remember the goals, and I'm going to go over them real quick, and I want to share with you how freaking awesome we were. First of all, we said we were going to put our customers first, and I am proud to announce, per usual, HROC finished highest in customer sentiment in 2016 out of Let me tell you why that's awesome. Because focusing on the customer is the right thing to do, right? And we always have to do the right thing in Camden. That's one of our values. But customer focus is something that you can do no matter what's going on in the world. No matter what the competition is, what's the old price, what's this, what are the jobs, what are the. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You focus on your customer, and good things will happen. And good things did happen. Congratulations, Patron. In a time where people have more choices than ever, your customers are your fans. They showed you in your reviews, they showed you in your sentiment, and you shine like a diamond in 2016 in this category. Beat the street. Yep, we did that too. Let me tell you what, boy, we did, and all the executives ask you to do, no matter what the stuff that you're up against, is just to outperform your competition. They're not asking you to do anything fancy, nothing more than that. They want you to give it your all and be the best that you can be against your competition. And I'm proud to say that ATOC in 2016 beat on rent roll and occupancy against peers. And again, in a market where we could clearly have an excuse to suck, we did it. We beat our comps, and I would say we could put a check by Beat the Street. Build the bench, build the bench, build the bench. We built the bench too, let me tell you how. We had Build the Bench Expos. Raise your hand if you came to a Build the Bench Expo in 2016. Awesome. We had sales coaches, we had sales rallies, we had TODs, we had lots of education, we had LMS, we rolled out the new platform, blah, 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 blah. We built the bench. In HROC alone, we had over 70 people either change positions to a new community or get promoted. If you are in this room and today you are doing something different, I don't care what it is, if you are doing something different than you were doing last year at this time, I want you to stand up. If you're doing something different than last year at this time, I want you to stand up. We build the bench, people. Never stop learning and move up and do things and be better and be better. We can put a check on to build the bench. One team, one vision. There is not a, I've been here 21 years and I cannot think of a year that better demonstrates one team, one vision. For me personally, no. My husband hates when I say that. For me, did 2016 and one team, one vision. Well, you know why? Because we had to partner with pretty much every single person in this room to make the magic happen in 2016. We needed a lot of help in 2016 from our partners in the revenue team who helped us micromanage both sides of the transaction all year long, to the business services team who helped us rewrite our presentation materials and the way we communicate and our processes, to the finance team that helped us forecast, and to, marketing, who helped us fly traffic. team in here, REI, you did not pitch in to help us be successful, and I want to thank you for that. That is the spirit of one team, one vision. Not one person can do it by themselves. We know that, and we thank you for that, and we are blessed. Y'all know I pretty much think corporate takes rock, right? And call me wrong, but it is what it is. We're all one team. We're all H Rock corporate office, right? That's the way it is. So thank you so much for your support in 2016. Check on one team, one vision, and then last, live the culture. We live the culture in H Rock every day. We have fun. We are on purpose to have fun, but we also know that living the culture means that we need to execute and we need to perform. That is part of our culture. Beyond just having fun, we have to perform, and we have to be the best that we can be. If you listen to the analyst calls, every other word is Houston. And so we know that you can count on us in this room, that we're going to give you our best no matter what. So I'm proud of you for everything that you did in 2016. Give yourselves a round of applause for all of you. Today's Camden. This is, if we were to write that theme song, that's what it would look like. And we've come a long way, we've learned a lot of lessons along the way, and we are proud to be past the 80s and way over here where we are today. Now let's talk about 2017. I'm going to say this because the next presentation, Tom is going to talk a lot about the future and the way forward. We're going to do a lot more of what we're already doing, but with just a little extra focus on the customer. So more to come on 2017 in just a minute. Now I want to talk about you. You, and you. All of you, okay? But before we do that, I need you to do me a favor. I want you to stand up. Okay, so have you ever heard that saying, it's awesome when you're singing off the same sheet of music? Have you heard that? Well, I want to hear what it sounds like to sing off the same sheet of music. And I really like to think, okay, I got a lot of people here today, and I got to find just the perfect song that everybody knows. Because if we're going to sing off the same sheet of music, we need to know the words. We all need to know. And so I thought of a really, really cool song, and y'all are going to love it. And we're going to sing it together so we can sing. It's called Row Your Boat. Are you familiar with it? Yeah. Okay. So on the count of three, all right? On the count of three, we are going to sing Row, Row, Row Your Boat in your best Broadway voice you've ever sang. Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Okay? We're going to sing it together. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. If we mess it up, we'll start over again, okay? But on the count of three, I want to hear you sing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. 1, 2, 3. I know y'all think I'm nuts right now. Why in the world would she do that? But I have a reason for it. I am not crazy. There is a super powerful meaning to this wonderful nursery rhyme. And I'm a true believer that everything happens for a reason. And we all learned this song very young for a reason. So what does it mean? Row, row, row your boat. I want you to think about this as the boat is you. You are the boat. You are the captain of your boat. It's your name. It's your strength. It's who you are. You're unique. You're not like any other boat out there. You are who you are. In fact, I want you to love yourself as much as your mom does. I want you to know that you are awesome. So I want you to get acquainted with your boat. Take this hand and do this, and take this hand and do this, and give your boat a big hug. Okay? You are awesome. Okay? And let me tell you, what's beautiful about this, you, even better, get to navigate your boat any way you want to go. You get to steer your boat wherever you want to go. No one can tell you otherwise. Right? Are you not in charge of you and who you are? Right? And you can't let anything else take our focus off of it. Your potential is endless. So you got to go do what you were created to do. You can't let other people do it for you, tell you what you should be, tell you where you should be. You are your captain of your ship. But we have to be careful not to forget where we rode from. Because every experience that you rode through is powerful. It adds value and purpose to your life. It's something that you build upon every day as you row through the different experiences, right? So you cannot forget where you rode from. And don't let your boat get too big either. If you get a big boat, then people are going to be like, ugh, right? You want people to follow you and row with you, be next to you, and row in unison. Let's talk about gently. Gently down the stream. Not crashing and rushing and just not even paying attention, trying to cut through channels that just aren't meant to be. Or going down uncharted waters that are just random. Or thinking that you gotta cut over here to get over here, or having something in your mind that you think you should be over here by this time, and then when you're not there, you're disappointed. No. We're rowing our boat calmly. We're staying focused on our direction. We're staying focused on our purpose. We're going gently. We're not making weight behind us that it's difficult for people to follow, right? We're going gently down the stream. And there are going to be times where you end up in some waters that you're like, why is this happening to me? Or I just don't get it. And that's okay, because that's important too. Because everything that you go through, you grow through. And those experiences are just as powerful as when you are riding the wave. Because I know y'all all experienced when you just feel like you're on this awesome high, and everything that you're going through just seems to be perfect, and nothing can knock you off. So you're going to have those ups and downs and the ebbs and the flows. Don't rock your boat. Just keep going gently down the stream. And you're going to do it with joy. As you merrily, not aggressively or negative or in a bad mood or just frustrated or pity party. No. You're going through this journey merrily. And you know what the good news is too? Is every now and then you're going to be required to adjust your lens in your telescope, because you control that too. Did you know that? You can control the way that you take things in and experience things. You can control how people make you feel. People don't make you feel any way. You do. So as you're going through this journey, there will be times when you need to adjust the lens. If you don't like what you see, or you don't like the way things are going, adjust your lens. See, redirect. Find joy. Look for the positive side of it. Understand that there are reasons why things happen. Look for the bright side. Remember that everybody is coming from a good place. And when you think of it and see things through that lens, you will go merrily. Think positive, because thoughts are like the steering wheel that moves our life in the right direction. If you're positive things will happen. It just happens. It does. And I'm not perfect. I promise you I've had to adjust my lens 7,677 times. And I'm going to keep doing it until I get it right. I am. And last but not least, life is but a dream. And boy, is it a dream. Life is what you want it to be. What is your dream? Have you thought about it lately? Did anybody's boat in here? And if it did, raise your hand. come with an operating manual that told you exactly what was going to happen in this year, and this year, and oh, and you're going to be here by this day, and you're going to be with this person, and you're going to have this many this, and this big of a this. Nobody has an owner's manual that says that. Life is but a dream. Life is what you, you, you make of it. And that is what's so fun about this journey. That is what's so awesome about this little nursery rhyme. Because we know that when we think big, dream big, believe big, the results will be big, won't they? And so what I want you to do in 2017 and beyond, I want you to fall back in love with you. I want you to become your biggest fan. I want you to know how awesome you are. I want you to know that you are unique, that no one is like you, and that's good. We need a team full of 1,600 different boats rowing in unison, all on the same path to improve lives one experience at a time. Do we not? Do we not? And change the words however you see fit. And I want you to change them that work for you. And I want you to share them with your friends. I want you to share them with your kids. And I want you to have fun with it. You can take this theme all year long, and instead of saying, you grow girl, you say, you grow girl. Grow on with your bad self. We're growing, right? It can be so much fun. Because you gotta remember, you gotta reflect back, and you gotta make this line better for like, why are we doing it? When I look through my lens, I've changed 7,678 times. It's a bunch of amazing people out here, and I am here to tell you right now, our future looks good. Everybody that's sending your quotes and your pictures for us to help you put that together. I loved it. And I want to leave you with this. 45 and a half years ago, my mother named me Amy Joy. And my parents named their first boat Miss Amy's Joy. And today is all come full circle for me. Today, days like these bring me the greatest joy. And the fact that I have the privilege and honor to be able to get up here and speak to a group like you is unbelievable. I have managed to row my boat to a place that gives me this honor. And all I can tell you today, and what I want you to remember from now on, is that life is but a dream.
Did you guys hear early in Amy's presentation when her voice started getting scratchy? Do you know that Amy for the last week has been in bed with the flu and she's still able to deliver that speech to us? Talk about bringing joy. That was unbelievable. And seriously, yesterday she couldn't talk. So that was extraordinary. And I don't know where you found that, but that was really, really special. Thanks, Amy. So Amy shared with us the lens for Houston. And I'm going to expand it out a little bit and talk about 2016 operating goals from the perspective of the rest of the company and some of the teams in this room. So we already saw this. So we're going to start with customers first. So when we started the year in 2016, we knew that customers first was going to be the primary goal. What's really interesting is normally we have a debate when we talk about operating goals. And so sometimes for a goal to make the cut, we go through a process with all of our ops VPs and with our department heads across Camden. Universally, customers first, last year at the beginning of the year, was a hands down favorite. And partially that was due to some spark that was ignited by Lori Baker and Christy Simonet. I see Christy, or Lori and Christy, please stand up. Here's Baker. Lori and Christy passionately spoke to our leadership about that we needed to up our game. And that the future for Camden, if we're going to continue to focus on excellence as a company, we had to focus on our customer. So at the beginning of the year last year, customers first was a goal, but we didn't really know how we were going to get there. And so Lori and Christy and our task force group got together and we had an ongoing conversation about how can we up our game. And in the process of a lot of conversation across the task force group, we had a sort of a divine providential referral take place. And that was our REI team came across a competitor property in Houston that had something special going on when it came to customer service. And so when we peeled back the onion, we found out that there was a unifying factor. And that unifying factor was Andre Harris and CPR. And what's really cool, Andre and Losa, where are you? That's our front. Workshops, 1,600 employees, 15 markets. They have been literally, this started 9 months ago. We shared yesterday, it's like our child has been born, so customer focus has been born as of yesterday. This lady, these ladies, hardest working people in show business, we all know. So take a look at the screen. So in the middle of us talking about customer focus, in January of 2016, our customer sentiment score was 77.43%. Wah, wah, wah. What's really interesting is that we started our conversation with Andre months into the year. And Andre and her team went out, or actually Andre, I guess it was you primarily, went out around the country on a listening tour to find out what barriers existed to providing great customer service. So Andre had conversations with our teams across the country, and the sole intent was, okay guys, what is it? What can we do that would give you the tools and resources that you can make an amazing customer experience happen? What's really cool is before we had 8 key moments, throughout the, basically, if you look by December of 2016, what was the score? 82.39. So our customer sentiment, just by us having conversations around the country, raised to 82.39%. And my slide is already out of date. Keith informed me this morning. So I literally about 5 days ago got an updated number of 85.45%. He shared with me that we are, as a company, now 86% customer satisfaction. As Amy said, last year, the market in the country that had the highest bar for customer sentiment was Atroc. Atroc, I will tell you guys, you're right now, you're neck and neck for first place. You're already on 87%. I wonder, is Houston, Texas going to be the first market? So I want to give a couple of shout outs because Houston is very well represented by properties that are over 90% customer sentiment. So when I call out your property name, will the whole team please stand up because we're going to give you a whole bunch of love. Camden, Cypress Creek, 90.4%. Camden, North Point, 90.43%. Camden, Woodson Park, 91.7%. Camden Plaza, 92.39%. Camden Post Oak, 92.5%. Camden Yorktown, 93.0%. Camden Royal Oaks, 95%. But wait, there's more. Camden Oakcrest, 96.1%. In December, we had 10 communities that had achieved 90% or better. By January, we had 30 communities that had achieved 90% or better. As of yesterday, we had 39 communities receiving 90% or better. That we mentioned yesterday, that Christy very passionately said something to me that I think is powerful. I think I want to just stop for a second. Christy shared with me the customer sentiment score is the what, and the why is improving our customers' one experience at a time. So one of the things that we want to keep in consideration whenever we're talking about the score, scores are great. And I'm a driver. I love to see what's on the scoreboard. I think that's partially due to my boss. But I'll tell you this. What you guys are focusing on in terms of making people's lives better and all the little things that you're doing, that's what's driving this, and it's really, really, really cool. So Amy talked about Beat the Street, and this is a play on words. We've been talking about beating our market ever since I've been with Camden, so it's always been a goal. In the past, you guys remember Beat the REITs, and the REITs moved out of the center of the country. They went coastal. Different companies merged and consolidated, so we have a lot less REITs today than we had in the past. But what's cool is the blue header on this slide. You see Camden's 2016 total return relative to peers. So CPT is us, Camden Property Trust. You see 19.3% return for our shareholders, all the way down to the Seller Dwellers Equity Residential, who I used to work for, and I'm so glad to see that number, negative 4.5%. Camden produced 19.3% shareholder return. Now, we talk about NRY, we're improving whose lives? First, it's our coworkers, it's each other, right? And then it's our customers, and then it's our shareholders. So for our shareholders, we produced a 19.3% return. Rick gave a speech last year that really was impactful for me in terms of who is a Camden shareholder? And so who owns our stock? And in my head, it's real easy to go to, it's a Warren Buffett type. It's some stuffy stockholder. But Rick shared with us the primary owners of Camden stock are retirement funds. And so teachers and firefighters and policemen and people who have invested their life savings in a retirement fund are Camden shareholders. So how cool is it that last year in 2016, we produced 19.3% return for those folks? Because they have dreams and aspirations. They want to take care of their future. Congratulations, yay us. So Houston team, I'm going to give you another shout out. Amy talked about the fact that you guys beat performance analytics. So it was the occupancy and the market rents. You were better than market all year long. So Camden nationally achieved the market rent growth for 2016. So in all of our markets, the sum of all of our markets, we came up to market rent. You guys beat it all year long. You were one of a couple of markets that outperformed to the degree that you did. And I'll tell you, our revenue team celebrated you guys all year last year. So we achieved market rent roll, which is good. But what's really great and why we outperformed the market well last year is that we exceeded market occupancy by 1%. And 1% doesn't seem like a really big number, but if you equate 1% to Camden dollars, if you annualize it, it's $7.2 million. Thank you, Houston. Kevin and our onboarding and recruiting team, please stand up. Where do you go? Amy had some really good build to bench. You guys keep standing. We're going to share some love. So Amy shared build to bench. It has been a focus for Camden for a long time. It's all about investing in each other, investing in our own value for Camden. It's individual development plans. It's lenda.com. It's all things we talked about last year. But it's super important for us if we're going to build a bench that we've got to get people on the bench. And what happened over the past years is that we've had a lot of turnover out in the field in some markets. But the team that was there for us was the recruiting team. 751 positions were filled last year, and they reduced the time to hire by a week per position. So 751 weeks of productivity for our department teams and for our properties across the country. Recruiting team, thank you. What's cool about this group, now onboarding team, will you please stand up? Thomas and Jim. Onboarding has become a part of the recruiting process. And what's been really cool over the past year is Thomas and Jim have been supporting our district coordinators around the country with getting new hires in and providing them with a warm welcome. And making sure that their experience of Camden is a great place to work on day one. And so to give you a little color on this, in the past, Camden employees would get on board. By the time they hit their position at their property, about 60%, which is a great number, 60% of those people actually had all their paperwork completed, had their name tag, had all the tools and resources that they needed to do their job. Because of the efforts of these folks, and Angie Hicks, where are you? Angie! 90% of Camden employees start on day one with all the tools that they need, and that number is climbing by the day. Thank you, onboarding team. You guys talked about one team, one vision. It's all, what's great about Camden is because we have a unique culture, because we're a great place to work, and because we all trust each other and care about each other, we're able to get stuff done a lot faster than other companies. And it's a primary difference why we outperform the market and how we outperform the market. And so one example in 2016 that was terrific of one team, one vision in play was the mobile maintenance project. And will Travis and the mobile maintenance team please stand up? Travis was the quarterback for the mobile maintenance project. And Travis did a great job early on in putting together a partnership. In the corporate office, he had department heads. Literally, I think every department in Camden participated in mobile maintenance. So there was a great start. He did a great job researching the tools and the resources, making sure we got that part right. He did a great job of seeking guidance from corporate support departments, and that was great. But the real magic happened at the point of them passing the baton to our teams in the field. And what Travis fell into, I remember having a conversation with him early on. He said, one of the hard things is going to be, how are we going to train this? It's such an important new resource for our maintenance teams. It's a really big deal to get this in their hands quickly. So how are we going to train this? And so he fell into, kind of, by design, let's work with our district manager team, and let's work with our teams in the field, our maintenance teams, and then let's have them deploy it. So let's take this great resource and let's get it into people's hands quickly. And here in Houston, there was a terrific team of folks that got to participate in that. Liz Rivera and Edgar Gomez with Camden Midtown. You guys can stand up. With Sugar Grove, will you please stand up? Kendra Lyon, where are you? What Travis fell into, and what's a model for future sort of rollouts, is we're going to own it if we participate in it. And the people that are actually doing the job need to be the ones that are facilitating it. You guys did an amazing job. Again, thank you for all your work to make sure we'll make this happen. So another great example of one team, one vision happened in November of this past year. And Alex Jessett, our Chief Financial Officer, Alex and I are the last members. We both have our members only jackets on. So Alex, shout out to you. Alex sent out a memo regarding Camden had received an honor of being recognized by Moody's, one of the credit reporting agencies, with an A credit rating. And to kind of, yeah, that's awesome. There are 189 publicly traded REITs. And so we have multifamily companies, but publicly traded REITs include storage companies and office REITs and a lot of other groups. Out of the 189, there are only 5 companies that are A credit rating, and Camden Property Trust is one of them. And that's a real tribute to our finance team, but Alex wanted to share the love when he sent out the notice. And so I just want to share with you a quick excerpt from their write-up, their explanation of why they awarded Camden an A rating. So the rating upgrade reflects Moody's views that Camden has consistently delivered strong earnings growth while maintaining a sound financial strategy, sustained by low leverage and strong fixed charge coverage. The rating action also recognizes Camden's development program, which continues to create asset recycling efforts resulting in higher quality portfolio, and a successful development program, which continues to create significant long-term value for the company. In one little paragraph, they gave a shout out to REI Fund, finance, construction, facilities, and basically operations from a standpoint of earnings. They gave a shout out to all of Camden. So for the REI Fund, finance, and construction team, let's give them some love. I don't think operations gets to thank you guys enough for the value that you drive to the bottom line, but you also model one team in action in all of your doings with us, and we appreciate you. So Live the Culture is our final goal in 2016. As we all know, we were 9th year and number 9 in 2016. Our executives coming up are going to share with us 2017 results, but just to give you a feel for one of the things that was cool about the Camden kind of participation in the Fortunes list last year was Fortune peeled back the onion and started sharing some subcategories again on sort of what makes companies special. And I thought it was really cool. So number 8 for Latinos, number 13 for Gen X, number 13 for women, number 15 for diversity, number 28 for working parents, and number 37 for millennials. You see the scope and scale and the breadth of this list. Is Camden just a great place to work for everybody? Another great outward expression of our culture in action is Camden Cares. We have a terrific video coming up that you're going to see Camden efforts across the country. Incredibly well done by Christy and her group, so thank you for that. But Camden Cares this past year, 1,461 employees participated, 11,717 hours of giving back. And that is amazing. It's an honor to be a part of it. I'm super appreciative of the folks that put it together. It's one of the coolest things that we get to do. So 2017 goals, Amy said I was going to share with us. So what are we going to focus on this year? How do we Last year, we realized that for Camden to continue to pursue excellence, we needed to focus on customer service, and we realized that that's still the case. So, first goal for 2017, empower yourself and others. Now, Andre, when she went on her world tour for Camden, came back and initial feedback and findings was that in cases where people were describing why they had barriers to delivering great customer service, like what was holding you back, there were teams in the field that felt like that we had become compliance driven and policy and procedure driven to the degree that there are times that we put a false barrier between us and our customer. Well, that's never been the intent. We do have business practices, but obviously we want to make sure that our teams have the ability to take care of the person sitting in front of them. And so empowerment is not going to happen just because we said we knew it was a goal when we rolled it out with Andre. Empowerment is only going to happen if we have an ongoing conversation and that we all stay committed to making sure that we clearly define where we can what empowerment looks like. But I'll tell you this, empowerment isn't going to happen from us. It's going to happen from all the people in this room. And what's great about Camden is that we have, in the past we had Mac and Smack, where they were the sort of the opportunity to be able to share our voice in the field. Now we have unprecedented ability to share our voice with Soapbox. And Soapbox is kind of coming into its own. We're going to continue to get better at not only sourcing great ideas, but making sure that we execute them quickly. But empowerment comes from all of us. We get to experience Camden as a great place to work. The only way we stay a great place to work is if we all stay committed to, if we see something that's an issue, that we fix it. You guys up for that? All right. This year we're going to talk about engaging the customer, external and internal. It's the 18 moments. And as Andre really challenged us yesterday, even we had a meeting with her, and she said it's kind of gone from here. It's starting to go to here, but until it becomes part of our DNA, it's got to be something that we stay focused on. We don't want to lose momentum. The momentum is clearly underway, but the only way that we're going to continue to climb and that we're going to achieve our September 2017 goal of 90% sentiment in every single community or every single city in the country is if we engage the customer. Execute the strategy is I'm preaching to the choir rooms. Houston, Texas, I will tell you this, the market that no one worries about, if there's a good idea, our DM team here in H-Rock and our teams in the field, the fastest execution in Camden happens right here in Houston. And that was evident last year with how you guys outperformed the market. You worked with our revenue team. And revenue team, where are you guys? Where are you guys? Over there? No, stand up. Sorry. Andy nailed it. Last year, mid-year, we had situations where we had renewals that were too high. We had situations where we had pricing that was going out that our normal model wasn't working because it was Houston, Texas in a downturn. You guys absolutely nailed it this past year. You don't just do it in Houston. You get praise around the country. We don't thank you enough. Thank you, revenue team. Because of your efforts that this year we're going to continue to exceed the market. So performance analytics, Amy mentioned it, it's really a simple process. It's all performance analytics does is it measures our growth versus our competitors in each of our submarkets. But the strategy is set by this team, and we're grateful for their efforts. And the last goal for 2017, but always important, is expanding Camden culture. Culture has been a goal, again, since I've been with the company. It's always going to be a goal because it's our accelerator versus the market. But for this year, expanding culture, I think the lens to look at expanding culture through came from Andre. And it's when Andre went out to the field, she said one of the coolest things that she experienced is she went and she toured a lot of our competitors. And the competitors, you walk in their office and there's low energy, you're an inconvenience, it doesn't feel like they're having fun, it just feels kind of down. And she said, man, I walk in a Camden office and everyone there is free to pour, there's camaraderie, there's fun, people are having a great time. They clearly love each other, they love working together. And that's what we all get to feel. And she came back and she challenged us early on. Wow, if you can take that love that you have for each other and that feeling that you have with each other of being a great place to work, you can turn it out and your prospects experience it and your customers experience it. Camden is going to be a great place to live. Are these 2017 operating goals something that we can all get behind this year? Rock Houston, I'm really looking forward to celebrating your amazing success after lunch today. Will you please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Keith Oden to the stage? Good morning, Houston, Texas. We are so thrilled to be here every time. This is our favorite time of the year. The last 30 days, Rick, Malcolm, and I have been in 14 different cities doing this presentation. And I don't know, they might argue about saving which is the best for last, but clearly they saved the biggest for last. A esta celebración de todo que es bueno de Camden. Apreciamos todo lo que ustedes hacen para nuestra compañía. Este es el número 24 celebración de los Aces. Bienvenidos. Gracias. So I have in the closet, I have a section that's just Ace t-shirts. And there's probably 500 t-shirts. But this is now my current favorite Ace t-shirt. It says, I didn't choose the hug life, it chose me. And that speaks, I think, to everybody in this audience. If you didn't choose the hug life and you're here, then the hug life has chosen you. And that's one of the things that binds us all together in our great culture at Camden. Now, I'm going to share a story with you just real briefly about a breakthrough, about a person who is here and part of our company who clearly got chosen by the hug life. Where's Margaret Connor? So Margaret is not a hugger, and she's been here for a long time. It's just not part of her deal, and she gets it. And for years and years, it's been my personal project to work on Margaret. And I just didn't like the hug because first of all, it's always me that initiates the hug. All these years, always me. And I get one of these sort of lean in, side hug things. She's not serious about it. In fact, she's serious about not being hugged. So I make it a point, and have for years, that every time I see Margaret in the corporate office, sometimes I'll go into her office with no business reason whatsoever, just to make her stand up and hug me. She stands up, gives me a side hug, looks annoyed, I hug her, and I move on. So, at our leadership meeting about a month ago, I walk up, there's 3 people having a conversation in a triangle, Margaret and 2 people on each side of her. I come into this position here, so I am now standing across from Margaret, but there are 2 other adults having a conversation in front of me. And as I'm standing there, Margaret initiates, leans across the 2 people and hugs me, big old bear hug on my neck. Margaret, for literally embracing the hug life. And if you've got somebody in your group that's the hug life chose them and they're not with it, just stay after it. Stay after it, because eventually they'll come around. So, great thing today, the 1980s. I tell you what, in honor of Margaret and her breakthrough, because I know she wants to hug somebody right now, but everybody stand up and give somebody a hug here. Hey, So in the 1980s, one of those things, when we discussed what the theme was going to be, I started thinking there's probably a fair number of folks who weren't even alive in the 1980s. But clearly, what you have to do is Google it. Because if you look out here in the audience today and you Google the 1980s, this is probably about what it would look like. It's awesome. But reality is if you're under 28 years old, you never lived a day in the 1980s. So I started thinking about that. And most people, when they think of Camden, they think of our company as kind of Camden coming about in the 1990s when we took our company public, which was 24 years ago, 1993. But really, Camden's been around since the 1980s, when our company was first started. And then I started thinking, 1980s, I wonder how many people who were actually employees of Camden in the 1980s are still with the company today. So I had HR go down the list and do their research, and guess what? There are 17 people that worked for Camden in the 1980s who are still with us today, and we found them all. That's pretty awesome stuff. Of the 17 that were pictured there are actually 7 that are here in Houston. So in addition to Rick and Malcolm and I'd like the following folks to stand up and take a bow. Jeanette Henry, Teresa Watson, Lauren Jones, and Lee Hardy. Great strengths of our company is the tenure of the people that once you become part of this culture, you just want to stay a part of it, and we greatly appreciate that. So this is what we're going to do today in our time. We're going to start with why, and then we're going to talk about how Camden builds homes, teams, and communities. And to start with why, we're going to start with Mr. Campbell. Will you come up, Rick? Well, good morning. Well, before I start with why, I just want to talk about the last 12 months, right? First of all, I want to talk about Amy. My God. I mean, I am so glad I'm not Tom Sloan and have to follow Amy. Amy, where are you?
I'm back here.
Right back here, stand up. Let's give Amy a hand for her. That really moved me. That was one of your best presentations I've ever seen. It was awesome, and she did it while she was sick, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. When you think about the whole row your boat and the scenario about the last 12 months, what can you do in a year? I'm going to highlight the last 12 months, sort of my life, some major things that happened in my life in the last 12 months. Because you don't know what's going to happen. And what happens sometimes is just so incredible and so amazing that
that you're shocked that it happened, right? So you have to look back to be able to look forward, I think. So a couple of great things. I had 2 new grandsons. Viola Ray. I'm going to go in order, okay? Okay? So 2 new grandsons. Camden did a great job selling properties at the top of the market in 2016, right? We sold them for $1.2 billion. My son got married. All 3 kids. Mom and I got matching hummingbird tattoos. We ended the year really, really strong in Camden. We hosted a Super Bowl. The greatest game ever for the city of Houston and for the Super Bowl, right? And now here we are today as a team, coming together to celebrate the last 12 months of last year and to look forward to the future and to talk about why we're here, right? And the why is really important. Last year, at the beginning of last year, all those things happened. And you know what? It was awesome, and I enjoyed every moment of it. I merrily rode my boat down the stream and had a great time doing it. And every moment, you have to smile and have a good time and figure out that what you're going to do next. And then ultimately, guess what? Your life is great. My life is great because of the team here, my family, my father's here today. How many people, first time ACE Awards here? Please stand up. Welcome. We need you. We need your help every single day. You're important people. So thank you for being here. So you've heard a lot. We've talked about why. We've talked about our customer focus. And for the folks, you're going to hear it a lot, right? And the reason being is because it's really important. It really is important. So first of all, for the people that are new, the why we're here is really important. But the what we all know about, right? What do we do? How do we do it? What we do is we provide employees jobs and a great place to work. Right? We provide our customers a great home where they create a lot of their most important memories. And then we also take care of our shareholders and create great returns to them so they can pay for college educations and retirement and healthcare and things like that. But a lot of companies don't think about why they do those things. And that's why we think about it and why we articulate it. So when you think about start with why, I was working out one day and I got tired of looking at the news and hearing all the depressing stuff and all the crazy things going on in the world. So I started watching TED Talks. And TED Talks, we all have to watch them. They're really interesting. And there's just a whole range of things you can get and see on TED Talks. And I saw this one, and it was this guy, Simon Sinek, who talked about why companies do things. And there's a quote: people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, right? And so when you think about the why, we've got a group of people together in Camden and said, we know the what, and we're really good at it. What about our why? And we came up with the why, which is improving customers, improving our team, customers, and shareholders one experience at a time, right? Improving their lives. And we've been doing that forever, but we just didn't articulate it in that way. And I think it's really important because if you think about it, the why is the why in practice is like this. Customer walks into our office, they get a warm welcome. Our leasing consultant says to them, you know what, I'm going to improve your life today by finding you the perfect home. Right? Our maintenance folks, they walk in to an apartment, and I'm going to improve your life today. I'm going to help improve your life experience and time today by fixing your air conditioner. I know it's hot. And you're going to feel better at night when you sleep with a fixed air conditioner, right? So when you think about it, that's really important to understand why we're doing things. I know everybody gets the how, because you know what? The customer, if you only have one shot at really helping that customer experience the first time that you get it. Let me give you an example of that experience that I've had. So we have an accounting firm that has done our audits and our accounting forever, right? Alex, how many millions of dollars have we spent on this accounting firm? $20 million at least or more? So what's that? About that, okay. Over the 20 years, right? A couple $1 million. It's a lot of money. So I call up the managing partner of this accounting firm, who knows me very well. And her assistant knows me very well, sort of, I thought. And I said, can I speak to Ann? Please, this is Rick Campbell. And I also started out the conversation. She said, hello. And I said, hi, this is Rick Campbell. How are you doing today? Not just, hey, I want to talk to Ann. And she goes, I'm fine. How are you? And I said, I'm good. I go, can I speak to Ann? She goes, well, what is it? What do you want to talk to her about? Well, if I want to tell you, I just want to talk to her, not you, about what I want to talk to her about. Well, now who are you? Well, okay, so let's see. Ann's the chairman of Central Houston. I was the chairman of Central Houston, and I recruited her to be chairman. And I want to talk to her about the Central Houston and the Super Bowl host week. What about the Super Bowl? Well, I'm the chairman of the Super Bowl. Oh, well, I'm sorry, she's not in. What? Now talk about a lousy customer experience and a start with why issue, right? She didn't improve my life at all, she just pissed me off. I'm telling you, it's crazy. So, when we talk about this idea of why, it really is important. Because why is why we get up in the morning every day. Why is the way we treat our family members. Why? Because they're our family. Why? Because we love them, right? So when we can bring those kind of ideas together, it makes us just better friends, better family members, better employees, better everything, right? So when you think about it, we've already talked about this, and we're going to talk about it a lot. You can see it a lot because they say if you've seen something 8 times, like a commercial, you're going to get it finally, right? So when you think about why in action, you've seen this slide before, right? The idea is that you put smiles on employees' faces, the employees will put smiles on their customers' faces, and then that will equal shareholders' smiles as well. A lot of companies put shareholders first, and they go, well, you know what, we need to cut employee benefits, or we need to cut, raise prices beyond belief and cut services for customers and put frowns on all these people's faces just to make money for the shareholders, right? But we do not think that way. We think totally opposite. We think it's really important to get the employees first, smile. If we don't put a smile on the employees' faces, we can't have smiles on our customers' faces. And if you do those 2 things, then you'll get smiles on your shareholders' faces. So let's think about our employees and how we're doing there. Well, on the fortune list, we made the list again this year, 10 years in a row. We always put these rankings, and I've told Keith for years we should get rid of the rankings because it doesn't matter. Even though there are some people who think it matters, right, Cindy? They had to put her on a little watch after she went out, after we went out of the top, 10. But at the end of the day, the idea that we're on this list with the 2,800 companies on the New York Stock Exchange, with the hundreds and thousands of companies that apply for this, being on that list is the important thing, not where you are on the list, right? And there's a lot of politics. The idea on this list, the most important question that we have is, taken as a whole, all things into consideration, is this a great place to work? And 96% of our employees say that. So we're doing really well with employees when it comes to that. So we get an A+ on that. But I gotta tell you, our float goes merrily down the stream. We have to focus on it every single day because you have to think about the future and not just rest on your laurels of the past. Because if we don't remember that we have to take care of everybody every day, we have to make sure that we treat people with respect, that we care about people, that we focus on solving the problems we have every day, then those numbers are going to go down. And so you have to think forward about this issue all the time. And you can't just rest on your laurels. Oh, got an A+, let's move on because you may lose that A+. On customers, you've heard Tom talk about customers. This whole 77%. Ooh. Malcolm, what's a 77% in your book?
Not good.
Well, what's it in grade wise?
Grade wise is a C plus.
No, it's a C plus. So here we are. You know, you've heard the numbers. We're at 86% now. We're going to get to 90. Can we count on you to get to 90 here? So I also want to make sure that all of our corporate support offices understand who their customers are. And these customer-focused items, our 18 moments, are just as applicable to you in dealing with your internal customers as they are with our on-site people dealing with our external customers. So when you think about a C, C is not good. We need to work on it. And we're going to work on it well. Ultimately, when you think about the shareholder side of the equation, shareholders have done well. When you look at the total return, remember, these are firemen and police that own our stock. They buy our stock for cash. We give them this virtual share. They trust us to invest that in our properties and our people, and then they want to increase their return in the future so they can pay for their college education for their kids and medical expenses, things like that. Well, compared to the S&P 500, which are the 500 biggest companies on the New York Stock Exchange, Camden had a 12.7% return versus 9.5. Now, where do you want to be in your retirement account? Do you want to be at 12.7 or 9.5? Right? Okay. So this idea that employees first, customers equal shareholders works very well for us. We're going to give our shareholders an A minus. Now, when you think about it, we had this argument about, maybe not argument, but a debate about, is an A plus and a C an A minus or is that a B plus? And so we decided, given we had this big shareholder return scenario and we're an A-rated credit, it would give us ourselves an A minus. But we need to be an A plus, and the way to get to A plus is to focus on customers. And we talk about this customer focus, right, to get this to work. And the community training, thank you so much for the You've seen this, you've heard this, we're going to keep talking about it because you know what, it's so simple. It is so simple, but if you don't think about it every day, we just relax. We just don't kind of take it to the next level. And when you take it to the next level, it really helps everything. And ultimately, if we put into this 90% of customers, it will definitely push our shareholder return up and be great for everybody involved. So let's talk about Camden building homes. So we build, we know what our why is, we know how we do it, we know what we do. And when you think about building homes is about taking care of the equipment. Our equipment at Camden are our properties. Our assets are our teams, right? So we need to make sure that our equipment is the best it can be. And when we focus on our equipment, and that's just pretty technical stuff, right? You have to build, you have to rehab, you have to sell, you have to buy. And I know a lot of people don't like selling, but when you think about it, we have to renew our portfolio on an ongoing basis. And the reason that we do it is because things change, times change, customer sentiment change, customer requirements change. And if we are not up to date with our customer, what our customer wants, then our customer is not going to be very happy. And our shareholders ultimately won't be happy because of that. So we have to constantly reinvent our portfolio. And if you look at what we've done over the last few years, in 2010, at the end of 2010, our properties were about 12 years old on average. And today, our properties are about 12 years old on average. Now, boy, I wish I could take 6 years off of my life and be average back in 2010 and 11, right? And so we will constantly reinvest in our equipment so that our assets and our teams can work that equipment really well. And so this is, when you think about what we've done over the last year, we have done about $1.2 billion in development, about $300 million in rehab properties. We just approved, I think, we've already approved another $100 million of developments this year. We looked at a couple of architectural reviews yesterday for Denver and for a new project in Atlanta. Camden needs to grow. We do need to grow. When we sold all those properties, those older properties, at what we think is the top of the market, REI did an awesome job in that. We couldn't sell those properties today at the same price, given what's happened with interest rates and what's happened sort of with the overall market. So we did a really great job, and the teams that did that are just amazing with REI and all the support they had. The ultimate position we need to do is we need to grow. Camden needs to get bigger, because the reason that we need to grow is to provide opportunities to all of you in this room. We need to have ability for you to move up and to do things and improve your situation and your family situation as well. So we will be growing, as Tom said, and with a shout out to Alice on this A rating. We have some of the lowest debt in REIT land, which means that we have the ability to grow when it's the right time to grow. And so we will be doing that, and I just want to make sure everybody understands that. We're pretty much done making major sales, because we don't have a lot of properties that need to be sold now. We just need to continue to develop our development program, and then ultimately start buying properties. And I will tell you that one of the markets we're looking at really hard, Houston, Texas. When our competitors are hurting and we're sitting on a boatload of cash, and we will be helping them relieve them of their hurt. So here's what trying to get me on. All right, I just want to add one last thing. One of the things that we talked about at the Super Bowl in every communication we did, which was a lot of communicating, was that where we live in Houston, Texas, was, and I think it's important, and it connects to what Amy said earlier, and that is that we live in the most diverse city in America, Houston, Texas. We're fun and affordable, and if you can dream big, you can do anything here. So life is but a dream, so dream big and you can get it done. So thank you.
So we have built teams, and we've built teams in a lot of different ways, but one of the most important things we do to build teams is we build trust among each other, among the teams as they work together. One of the most important things that we do to build trust is we create opportunities for people to get together and have what we talk about as being shared experiences. And we do it in a lot of different ways. We do leasing rallies, we do leadership meetings, we do ACE awards. And then every year, once a year, we get together at management conference and have some fun, but also have shared experiences that build trust among the teams. At management conference each year, we do a couple of different things that make that happen. One of them is skits. Know the history of our skits and how important they are in our culture. But at management conference, we also have our own Camden birds that entertain us one night. And in recent years, we've added the lip sync contest, which has taken on a life of its own.
So I want to share with you just some of the highlights from last year's management conference. I'm going to start with a skit that was an excerpt of a skit that We Rock did. One of the great things about skits is there's truth in humor, right? I mean, there's always, it's funny, but there's truth behind it. So We Rock did this skit last year, and it was based on the idea of the Inside Out concept of it's a Disney movie where the voices in your head are talking to you. But what they were really getting at was two important things. One was they were sort of making fun of our office hours, where we were sort of there but not there at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then the second thing they were doing is they were really giving a shout out to our management, to our maintenance staff that has to deal with on call We Rock's Inside Out.
I am so sorry for my but can I help you out with something?
Seriously, I need to speak to Julia right now. I have a maintenance emergency. She's never in the office. I get like $300 a month to live here. It's a lot of money. And she needs to be helped out.
Maybe I can help you out with something.
I don't think so. You're not a maintenance person, but I'll explain to you real quick. Our school hasn't worked since I moved in. It's been fixed twice. And if I go to use it, it sounds like it's going to fall right out of the sink. How am I supposed to get this resolved if I can't talk to Julia?
We got it! We're graduating from Camden. There's nothing we can't do.
Shut up. This guy's in here so much, I'm surprised he knows what a sink is in his apartment. The only thing that's gonna help him is a swift kick in the...
Since someone was renting you maintenance related, what I can do is call my on-call maintenance team and ask them to come take a look at your garbage and roll you advice.
Fine, whatever. I hope their schedules work on maintenance, okay?
Alright guys, last work order done, and it's the weekend. We can all find stuff we can do. We can go hiking, we can go on a brewery tour, we can go to that restaurant we heard about, we can do whatever we want. It's the weekend! We're on call this weekend.
I already left the city. I already left the city. You always call me on myself. Call me on myself. I already left the city. I'm returning to the city. He got exactly what he asked for. Running on that with the band shorts. No detail. You guys call me on my cell phone. Hang out when you need me. Call me on my cell
So we each year the Camden Birds entertain us for about an hour. And they pick a theme. Last year's theme was 70s music. And I'm going to share one of the songs that they sang from their set list made popular by fellow Texan jazz guy.
Rainbow train, fading in, fading out. By the time Jesus down, with the border rain, you run all the way if you want me. Wish you were this time, all the time, when you say good enough for me, good enough for me, my baby.
Was Ken and Danielle else stand up? Years ago, we decided to do something just to kill some time, and we had a lip sync contest. It was sort of an impromptu thing. But as y'all know, anything in Camden, the world, if there's more than one person involved, it's a contest. So, like all things Camden, it's grown over the years. It's gotten a bit better, a little bit more sophisticated. And I'm going to share a couple of the performances from this year's lip sync. The first is Sean Tracy from the State Department here in Houston.
Where's Sean? Stand up for me. Maybe you can, there's a lip sync in there in that costume too. So that's pretty good, but that didn't win because Sean ran into this buzzsaw. Bring it in too. I think Amy has a different own it in mind, but that you owned it. So one of the things about doing these skits, these crazy things, is one of our family values is lead by example. So it's not their sport. You got to be able to be willing to get in the game and be a part of the show. So over the years, Rick and I have done some pretty crazy things, but I was really excited this year at last year management conference to be able to do something for the audience that didn't require that either one of us wear a dress. It's so bad, but I can't. It's like watching a train wreck. So the last thing I want to wrap this up with, last year at Fall Frenzy, you got the opportunity to see a part skit, and they won Fall Frenzy, and then they got to do their skit management conference. So this is an extra of the skit from Behind the Music, and it's the story of Camden's journey through the music of Journey.
2 dreamers, 3 decades, 1 company. This is our journey. Season 2, Behind the Music. Two accountants started their own company, Centec, the predecessor to Camden in 1985, with the market crash and the lights surrounding the sun. Named we're team there to German Cowboys.
Places crashed, businesses closed, buildings were vacant, and properties were going back to back. It was doom and gloom in Houston, Texas. Yeah, Rick, please always work for me. Those are the wild and crazy things. I mean, here we are in the middle of a market crash, and he wants to start a company? Maybe seriously. We started a real estate company right in the middle of what was going on. So they rolled their sleeves and took some major risks. Out of those risks came great reward.
First-rate shared experiences. And that's what builds trust, and that's what builds teams. So it's awesome stuff. I'm going to ask Mr. Stewart to come up on stage and join us and talk about how Camden's building communities all over this country. Before I do that, I also want to give a shout out to Miss Amy. Miss Amy, I will row my boat with you anywhere, anytime.
Wow. Rick, you were worried about following Amy? I gotta follow you, I gotta follow Keith, I gotta follow Tom, and I have to follow Amy. Now that's intimidating. So how about that Drake video? Every case I've done has been just like, it's just the crowd goes nuts. And guess what in California? Corey, the community manager there, was the video. And I brought him on stage at our AC out in California, and we got it live. So we had a blast. So Camden Builds Communities, what's that all about? That's about Camden and us giving back. It's about how we in our community service builds communities. Now this is something that Camden's done for years and years. It's something that we encourage all of you to do, is always give back. It really feels good to be able to give back to your community, and really see what you can do at the whole table. But let me tell you, this past year, the give back that Camden did, there was something really, really, really special about this year. And that was Mr. Campo's Super Bowl host committee that he chaired, and all the involvement of the Camden folks in that whole entire event for a long time, 300 employees. And then Mr. Odom, his role as the vice chair of the Super Bowl host committee. I think we need to give both those men a round of applause. Starting about 4 years ago, and Rick actually gave the original presentation to the NFL, and a testimony to his salesmanship. Guess what? Houston got it. So way to go, Rick. Great job. About 2 years ago, they started organizing, and it was like, now we got it. What do we do with it? So they didn't have any organization. Nothing was built around the organization to really sponsor this and to host the event. And Rick and Keith basically built an organization from scratch. I mean, a company. They hired chief executive officer, they hired chief operating officers, chief accounting officers, all the teams that supported that. And ultimately, they built an organization from 0 to 10,000 volunteers that ultimately participated in the event. So thank you guys very much. So what happened when it got here? Wow. I mean, a lot of things happened when it got here. What happened was we had, I think, 1.2 million people that went through the Super Bowl live. We had over 300,000 visitors. It created $350 million of economic benefit to the city of Houston. $1,350,000 television viewers, or 135 million television viewers, excuse me. So 135 million viewers that watched that game, and Rick, was that an all-time record? That was an all-time record, I thought it was. So that's amazing to think about what that did to Houston and its brand and the economy. But you know what was really, really amazing? 300 Camden people participated in that. That's what's amazing. So can we get everyone that participated in that to stand up and let's recognize those folks. That's what you call community service, right? So, like always, what we do as a company, every year we give employees the opportunity, team members the opportunity to compete and to participate in the Super Bowl. So this year we did something a little bit different, and we gave more people the opportunity to do that than we have historically. So I'm going to name off the people that are here on the video, and if you're here, I know one is anyway, please stand. Jennifer Flynn. Ashley Mayer and Danielle Barge, Greg Russell, Laura Williams, and Camille Super. So we got a little video on the Super Bowl and what everybody did and how everybody came and participated. And then we're going to go in and talk about Camden Cares. This is the epitome of Camden Cares right here. They warned me that our clicker would slow. Way to go, Camden. Wow, that was nice. Camden Cares. We've been talking about this for 4 years now. 5. We're on our 5th year. So several years ago, I'm looking at Christy Simonette straight in the eye here. Several years ago, she and I and others were sitting around at a staff meeting. We talked about Camden Cares and community service and the importance of that and how we really wanted to figure out a way where we could unite Camden all the way across the country for a special time of the year and do something together with large teams of people so we can all really participate. And we came up with the idea of Camden Cares and came up with the idea of helping people build or repair their homes that were in need. And we put a program together with Rebuilding Together. We've done that nationwide now. We're on our 5th year. And it's been a very great success. We'll look at a video on that in a few minutes. And we continue to do that. The other thing that we wanted to do, and this one's kind of close to my heart, but we wanted to do something special for our veterans. So we also put together a program with Operation Homefront. And within that program, we help veterans all across the country. And we're right now, I just finished a couple of 2-3 weeks ago, a meeting with Morgan Luttrell, who is the twin brother of Marcus Luttrell, both of them former Navy SEALs. In Camden, we're just weeks away now from having a partnership with them to partner with the families and support families of severe brain damage veterans. So we're recognition. All the veterans in the room, please stand up and let us all. Pretty good stuff, huh? All right, let's keep this moving because we have lunch right around the corner. I'm gonna let these guys fix that.
Camden. It's more than a landmark building or the apartment that you live in. Camden is about values, family, and living excellence. Giving back and making large impacts on cities across the United States is at the heart of every Camden community and employee. Why? Because Camden cares. In 2016, for the fourth year, Camden teamed up with Rebuilding Together organizations across the country to restore 26 homes and give them the TLC they needed. More than 50 employees in rural North Carolina volunteered 2 days to restore plazas in their community. Rebuilding Together Austin and Camden's Austin team members spent nearly 500 hours renovating 3 homes owned by veterans and their families. In just a few hours north, Dallas employees spent more than 1,100 hours painting, landscaping, and making repairs to more veterans' homes with Rebuilding Together Greater Dallas Operation Freedom. In the months of September and October, employees from the Houston Communities and Corporate Office joined forces and completed renovations for 14 homes across the city. A total of 400 employees took time out of their workday to help paint, landscape, and repair the siding on homes.
It's a blessing to have everybody out here, and it has given me some new life.
In Charlotte, 80 employees volunteers helped make a difference at the Charlotte Family Housing Center. The team made repairs to fences, cleaned gutters, painted, and organized the rooms of homeless families working to get back on their feet. 50 Camden employees in Arizona paired up with Habitat for Humanity, giving families in need a hand up, not a hand out. Camden's Denver Lutheran partnered with Chicken Community Makeover, making exterior repairs to 10 houses in the local neighborhood. Camden's California Associates teamed up with the Institute of Real Estate Management, Orange County's Working Homes Renovations Project, and Boy Scouts of America to rehabilitate a campground on Lake Oso. 65 employees from Camden's Team of Communities had the opportunity to volunteer with Starting Right Now. They spent nearly 16 hours renovating a schoolhouse at the facility that will hold 40 students fighting homelessness and reaching for a higher education. Camden employees in Orlando spent a day painting and remodeling the Coalition for the Homeless. The team also worked to re-landscape the yard at the facility and took the time to play a few rounds of bingo with the people staying at the center. Camden supports troops and veterans too. With more than $10,000 in donations, Camden employees are building an original home at Camp Hope in Houston. This house has been called home by more than 300 soldiers during the last 4 years. Camden employees and Cooper's Christie showed their support by hosting Operation Gratitude, offering coffee and cold drinks to residents as they wrote thank you letters to troops overseas. A group of San Diego employees spent their time volunteering at the USO Neil Ash Air Force Center. The center provides recreation spaces, sleeping areas, showers, and food for traveling service members and military families. Moving a little north, Camden employees in Long Beach, California, teamed up with American Family Housing. The Long Beach project aims to end homelessness among the nation's veterans in major metropolitan cities throughout the U.S. Camden's Arizona Associates participated in the new manual for homelessness. Shifting across the country, 100 people from the Atlanta team spent a day painting, cleaning, and landscaping at Gateway Center Atlanta, a a homeless shelter for veterans. Camden isn't only making an impact in veterans' lives, but also at food banks across the country.
Has not been done this year. You guys finished from Whole Food box. There's about 1,100 boxes. No other group this year has been able to do that.
Camden made Atlantic points for 3,000 pounds of food at the DC Capital Area Food Bank. Camden Corpus Christi spent 2 hours sorting food at their local food bank. Over in South Florida, Camden volunteers sorted 34,000 pounds of food, making just under 29,000 meals. This year alone, Camden had nearly 1,400 employees spend more than 7,600 hours helping make an impact in the lives of those in need throughout their city and region. Every year they support veterans, the homeless, the hungry, and those who need a hand up. Because this is Camden, and Camden cares.
That's a great way to close this. Indy, are we gonna call an audible?
Yes,
We're gonna call an audible and go to lunch.
yes.
How about that? We have a couple more things planned. So, the rest of the day is what we're here for, right? That's to honor our ACE winners, okay? Maybe you need to say anything?
Just be sure to tell them that the lunch line, there are more than one buffet line, so don't run to the first one, I know you're starving. But if you keep going down the hall and around the corner, there's lots of, buffet lines. Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay, hold on, stay right here. I'll be up here. Okay, first of all, well, I've only been with this company for 21 years, so I don't really know any different, but listen, not many companies, if any, have that much content and awesomeness and fun to share with the group today. And we have the privilege of hearing all three executives in the same presentation, which the other markets sadly don't get that same benefit. But I want to take a minute, I call them the three Gs, the three grandpas now for short. No big deal. And they're so awesome, and I want us to give a huge round of applause and love for our three executives. I mean, like every now and then we get
I don't know,
chatty.
Rick surprised me earlier with his, you know, that story he was telling about, with our auditor, that really surprised me, and I used to be the hard ass over there. I lighten up or something.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, let's break for lunch now. We want you to roll your boat to lunch. We got 45 minutes and we'll see you back here for some specific grades.
Here we go.
How many people are sitting in the seat that you sat in for lunch? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. How many people are sitting in the same exact seat that you before you went to lunch? Awesome. So the first thing we're going to do, now that I've got you in here to sit down, the first thing I'm going to do is have you stand up. Everybody stand up. Here's what we're going to do. There's a camera back there at the back. Somebody raise their hand where the camera is. And the reason we have a camera at the back is we are live. Hello at the contact center. We just wanted to take a minute to give a shout out to you for our appreciation for everything that you do. You are incredible. I tell people all the time that our contact center is our secret weapon. We are the only company in America in the multifamily business that has a 24/7 contact center where you can call anytime, day or night, and talk to an amazing campus employee. For all that you do at the contact center, we know that you are improving lives one experience at a time. We appreciate you so much.
If you haven't had a chance to do a drive-by at the contact center where you go spend like an hour of your time, you should, because it is unbelievable what they do. So I just signed y'all up with about 1,600 visits. And I know y'all are ready for that. Are y'all ready for the biggest Friends party ever? Roll it.
Prepares to achieve Camden excellence. Celebrating each other's success is an important part of Camden's culture. It's all about our people. Keep up this year's awards season. Some recognition is in the case of your achievements, mentoring youth, and completing Camden programs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see those awards begin.
We're going to start first with our mentor recognition. The mentor program creates the foundation of success for new employees by providing on-site job training and connecting them to Camden's culture. As messengers of our culture, the mentors form important bonds with new employees by creating a sense of belonging. New employees are connected to what matters most: our company values, our goals, and our culture. We would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our Houston mentors. Mentors, please stand and remain standing when I call your name. Brandy Miller. huge population. I can't think of a better example of sharing Camden and making lasting impressions than what our mentors do for our new hires that join our company. Think about your first day at the organization, and they don't know how, I was about to say that word and now you would be mad at me. They don't know how stinking awesome we are, and so it can be scary when you start your first day, right? And so, mentors, we thank you, we appreciate you. It takes time away from what you do, but there's no greater calling, and we are honored to call you our mentor, so thank you. Now I want to invite Chelsea and Carlos to the stage to help me with the Camden graduate.
Hola, muy bien, solo esta línea. Hola. I gotta tell you, in the past, Chelsea used to be right here. And she says, well, Carlos, why just me? And I said, Chelsea, I got this. And I said, nobody could let me go. All right, let's get it. Right. The Camden youth graduate takes the initiatives to improve their skills so they are better equipped to positively impact others. These team members understand the importance of improving life, one experience at a time. I am so proud to present the 2016 Camden University graduates. So graduates, when I call your name, please come up to stage to receive your diploma. Katie Herman.
While you're out rowing your boat, never forget to recognize some special things along the way, like one a company that gives back by providing education experiences. Those aren't even a part of our compensation, and the amount of money and investment that goes into our education programs and never stop learning. That is a gift that you should cherish and really embrace. So congratulations again to those who took it all the way and graduated. Next, I'm going to ask Katie and Kathy to come up and help me recognize our bloggers.
All right, so as most of you know, we've got over 50 employees from across the country who contribute to the Simply Camden blog monthly, volunteering their time and energy into creating meaningful, engaging, and often humorous blog posts. These well-crafted crafted blogs, promote Camden's brand awareness online, and ultimately direct visitors to Camden's website. Thanks to the contributions of our blog team and leadership from the blog ambassadors, Camden's blog had a 47% growth in views year over year, and nearly half of those views were brand new visitors to simplycamden.com. Alone, blogs led to over 220,000 page views from Simply Camden, which converted to 7,200 free pieces of traffic to Camden's community pages on CamdenLiving.com. Bloggers, guest bloggers, and blog ambassadors who wrote blog posts in 2016. Please come up to the stage when I call your name. Callie Hicks. I'm excited to have the opportunity to recognize achievement in sales.
Presented to Camden's top performing leasing consultants. And the sales leaderboard award goes to
Our Houston leaderboard winner is also the A-Troc regional winner. This individual receives $1,000 and they get to go on the sales celebration in New York City. For Georgina Trevino.
You know you have a true salesperson. I ran into Georgina last week and I'm like, how do you adjust into the new Sunday hours? Are we good? You know, we're opening at 10 now. She goes, girl, I've been coming at 10 for like years. Like they're just now catching up. So congratulations, Georgina. All right, now it's time to start our Community Awards. Ready? And now for our Customer Sentiment Award.
The customer sentiment award recognizes community's ability to deliver living excellence to our residents and everyone. From prospect to residents, all stages of our customers' interactions are taken into account. Exploring the community surveys, reviews, social news scores, and responses. I take care of the customer. And the nominees for Camden's Sentiment Award are
Camden Grand Harbor, and the winner is Camden Royal. And now for Economic Occupancy Award.
renting an apartment at the right time, at the right price, that's revenue management. Occupancy Award is presented to the community that maintains the highest paying economic occupancy percent compared to budget. Nominees for Camden's Economic Occupancy Award are
Camden Heights, Economic Occupancy winner is Camden Costa. And now, our Renewal Percentage Award.
Renewal Percentage Award. That residents say to be in 2 years.
Camden Grand Harbor, and its winner is Camden Royal.
Camden North Point, Camden Park, Camden Plaza. The other income winner is Camden Plaza. All right, now for our expense control award. Camden Grand Harbor, control winner is Camden Spring Ridge. And now for our qualified field. Camden North Point, Camden Spring Ridge, qualified league right winner is Camden Circuit Road. Martina Line Growth Award. Camden Oakcrest. Camden Park.
Camden's Peer Performance Award honors.
Camden Out Press. And the Peer Performance winner is Camden Out Press. Now for Red Opportunity Award.
Rex Opportunity Award. The Rex Opportunity goes to the community team that achieved the highest percentage growth in region. Compared to other communities and the nominees for Camden's Rex Opportunity Award honor.
Camden Cypress Creek. The Red Opportunity winner is Camden Cypress Creek. And now our Budget in a Live Performance Award.
Camden's Budget Performance Award. That exceeded their budget net operating income, followed by the highest percentage received the Budget Performance Award. Winning team, especially and the nominees for Camden's Budget Performance Award are
Camden Cypress Creek. The Budget in a Live Performance winner is Camden Cypress Creek. Right. And now for Community of the Year.
results in the award categories and deliver long-range products.
Oh my goodness, the nominees are Camden Cypress Creek. the Year.
Camden's District of the Year award goes to the district manager's portfolio ranks the highest in the award categories. Six people from District of Camden.
Well, first I want to say that we have great leadership in HROC and all the district managers are fabulous. We work like a team. And yet, what I love about this award is that it represents the leader and then the team's work. And we know that we're great individually, but we're awesomer, it's another made-up word, when we work together, and that's what this award represents. And I am proud to announce that the District of the Year winner this year is Miss Cindy. Congratulations to all districts. Now for the moment that we've all been waiting for.
We are associates in demonstrations.
Is a distinction held by an elite few. In addition to the recognition of their peers, ACE Award winners are profiled in the company newsletter, receive $1,250 at Camden Watch, and are eligible for the National Award. If you are lucky enough to be the national winner as well, you receive an additional $2,500 and an engraved award and attend our annual management conference where you will be recognized at the special award ceremony. It is now time to recognize our nominees. To the stage, and we are going to start off recognizing the regional ACE recipients for HROC. And DS, please. assistant manager, and today she leads as a community manager. It has really been amazing to see this ace grow and develop into a well-rounded leader that is highly respected by others. She comes in every day and she tackles each day with a champion attitude. She is kind, thoughtful, and truly cares about others. She doesn't hesitate 1 minute to give up her time to help others or to take on additional projects. She is one of those natural teachers that knows how to teach, and most recently she took some newly promoted community managers under her wing. This ACE Award, one of the nominees said, she doesn't judge you for what you don't know. She just aims to teach you with patience, kindness, and the utmost respect. Now, she has a unique style that's very bold and straightforward, but yet it is carried with a gentleness that fosters an environment of trust. An employee said, she is a wonderful leader and a mentor to Camden. She takes time to listen, teach, and do the right thing. She will dig deep to find a better way to do things even better. She takes time to make each person she works with feel valued and tries to motivate them to be the best that they can be. She is unique and always strives to say yes to her customer first. This is what the employee said, she is the best boss I have ever had and probably will ever have. That's to be admired. This ace is a loving mother to 3 children. She is passionate and has a desire to see her family grow and her children, and that same passion and desire she gives to her personal family, she also gives to her Camden family. It is my honor to present this next ACE Award to Mary Carranza. So I remember being community manager back at Camden Midtown in 2006 when at the time our make-ready technician told me he had to leave the country for a few months. He's like, don't worry about it, I have a perfect replacement for you, my son. And I remember thinking at the time, like, really, I'm just going to take your word for it, I don't even know who it is. But I did, and it was the best referral that I've ever received. So where do I start? Let me start with the permanent smile that he has on his face that lights up the room. His never-ending willingness to give of himself to his residents, and his dedication to his wife and kids. This ace has grown from make-ready to lead maintenance and made such an impression on everyone in between. One note about the impressions that he's made is that there's something about him that no one else has. He brings something to the team that's irreplaceable. He's a shining light, and he has the happiest demeanor of any Camden employee I know, which is saying a lot, to be honest. His energy and positive attitude is contagious, and it's impossible to have a frown or be in a bad mood around him. So what many people don't know is that this man and his family have been fighting the battle of their lives this last year. His baby girl was diagnosed with cancer, and he never missed a beat. He took time off from work when he needed, but when he was at work, he was all hours. One of his coworkers noted that he came in every day with a smile and worked just as hard, if not harder, than the day before. He was available for his team and helpful in every way. There's something about him that no one else has, and his strength is inspirational.
Your contagious smile and positive demeanor have more of an effect on your coworkers than you will know. Helen Keller once said, character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through experience of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, vision clear, ambition inspired, and success achieved. This man has been a great example of faith, leadership, and strength. He's never faltered, and he's never skipped a beat. He's shown an incredible resilience, and he's been a consistent leader to his team. Best of all, I'm happy to announce that Kimberly is doing great, and she's cancer-free. So incredibly proud to get to work with this ace because he's so deserving of this honor. Please help me celebrate Jesse Vasquez. Our next ace recipient has worked for Camden since 2004. She started out as a leasing coordinator, and in the spirit of building the bench, was promoted to assistant in 2006, then manager in 2007. She understands the value of hard work and dedication, and was taught the value of treating everyone with respect and kindness. She knows the importance of always putting family first, and has a way of making you feel like you're part of her own family. She commits her heart and soul both inside and outside work by putting others first with herself as well. I had a conversation with her assistant manager one day, and she told me how this ace inspired her daily. She said, she's influenced my work life, but made my family life just as important. Not only do I have my family, but I will forever have this person in my life. This past holiday, she's very enthusiastic about a gift that our team gave her. When I asked her what it was, she proudly showed me. It was a homemade scrapbook from our employees, and everyone wrote special words about how this ace inspires them daily. As a Camden mentor, she loves teaching our culture and is re-energized when given the opportunity to cultivate a new hire. And when I look around the room, I see a little bit of her leadership and several of you that she's coached and mentored along the way. Her catalog of brilliant ideas and creative juices really flow when she works on fall friends and skits, Camden Cares events, and any extra activities she's given along the way. This lady is an A-game producer whose genuine love and concern for others makes events so successful and impactful. She is an ace in the office and at home. You can see this exceptional mom toting around town with her family, going from basketball games to debate matches. If her husband was in the room right now, he would tell us that she's the best wife ever. I hope the special words you hear today impact you, like you've impacted so many here in this room. It is my pleasure to present this award to Lisa Roman.
day Camden acquired this community, I knew that the best part about the acquisition was this superstar employee. It was obvious that he was the go-to person and he knew every inch of his community. When it comes to customer focused, no one compares. This ace finds great joy in serving our residents on a daily basis. Everything is a priority and he strives to get every resident taken care of the same day they submit a request. Once he enters an apartment home, he's always looking for a little something extra that he can do to make their home more enjoyable. He goes the extra mile and he always aims to please. Although he has a great sense of humor, he could be described as a very quiet and serious man. Yet when a resident crosses his path, he has an ear-to-ear grin that is so genuine and warm. His coworkers see him as very knowledgeable, hardworking, and someone they can always count on if they need help. He puts detail into his work, making sure that everything he does supports our promise of living excellence. His attributes include being a great communicator and problem solver. When adding these two strengths together, the result is a very happy customer. It's no wonder he's requested by name when service requests are called into the community. This ace is married, he has 3 children and 1 grandson. Quite simply, he's a family man. When he's not working on projects around his house, he loves to just spend quality time with his family. Thank you for everything you do to make Camden a great place to work, and thank you for making Camden Cypress Creek a great place to live. It is my pleasure to announce Nelson Ventura. Has 2 national ACE recipients, and it's something to be nominated for an ACE and to win it is something else, but to be national is special, and the 2 that we have are special. The first one, you know, leadership can be lonely at times. You know, sometimes leaders need leaders, and I can truly tell you that I think when I need someone to do a gut check or tell me if we're on track, or I think strategically they put me on our team when we have events because she controls me, and she's just awesome. There's not an idea, there's not a creative thing that we don't execute in HROC that doesn't go through her, and I truly consider her a partner. And I am honored and proud to introduce our first National ACE winner for HROC, Lisa Roman. And Mr. Jesse, I cannot even imagine
being in your shoes, but all I know is that if I do nothing else for the rest of the days that I get to work with you, if I exist solely to make you happy and make you smile, it will be worth it. Would you please come up here? You're our second. We have more specific praise to give out, and I would like to invite Bobby Rivers to the stage to introduce this year's ACE recipient for construction.
Hey guys. I'm here to recipient for the construction regional winner. Actually, he started his career at A&M, spent 4 years in the United States Army, and came to Camden in January 2014. I want to tell you a few things this Peter said about him. A true example of an ace, eager to learn as much as he can every day. Only positive feedback from his co-workers and his subcontractors. As a team Camden for Camden Cares, he was determined to make a success for everybody on his team and make sure everybody had a great time. He went above and beyond to help the homeowner and ensure that she was very pleased with the house that we did. He's one of those that certainly contribute to Camden's remaining on the Fortune 100 best companies to work for. Dependable, trustworthy, and always hungry for extra challenges. This recipient came from Arizona to the Houston office in October of 15 to work on a McGowan project as a project engineer. Probably about 2 months after he started, the lead project engineer resigned and left. This guy stepped in, took on the McGowan project and the Super Bowl, or excuse me, the Super Block project. Took on both project engineering duties and did a great job, never missed a beat. Never knew there was any fall off whatsoever. He was then promoted to assistant superintendent. And we hired another project engineer that he trained while learning his new duties and picking those up and just doing a great job. He's one of those guys that really lives the Camden culture. Took me a while to get to know him. And I've come to realize that he's really a guy that put his family first, something I had to really understand. But I really admire him for it. He did a great job, and I think his Camden family is right up there along with his personal family. I'd like to welcome to the stage Carl Stock. I'd like to welcome Christy Simmons to the stage.
All right, our next ACE began her career at Camden as a contact center consultant. And it was just at a time that we were starting the 24/7 day, so it was an exciting time. She hit the ground running. No task was too big or too small for her ace. She leapt for the challenge and established herself as the AP expert when we partnered with the accounts payable department. She has an incredible work ethic, boundless curiosity, and a sweetly tenacious personality, which was instrumental in transitioning corporate office front desk calls to the contact center. So here's some quotes from her fans. I personally strive to be more like her. She is 100% focused and giving Camden her best at all times. She's always been an ace in my book. Another said, she's an extraordinary woman. She's always available when you need her, as a coworker, and best of all, as a friend. She's smart, efficient, naturally customer focused, and she's a great asset to Camden. I don't know how this ace does it all. She not only became a new mom, but has also jumped back into her role as team lead without skipping a beat. She's loved by her team, the corporate office, and our on-site customers, and she has a special relationship with each and every one of us. This Wisconsin gal is true to her friends and would never miss a chance to celebrate an occasion back home or even here with us. When Allison was celebrating her 25th anniversary, this ace came up to the celebration just to hug Allison's neck before heading off to the hospital to become first-time mom that very afternoon. There's no budget she can't tackle. Frugal is her middle name. She knows how to save every penny, and she's excited to share her tips for achieving a $42 electric bill with anyone who will listen. She's level-headed, and she's energetic, and she shows up every day with her laptop big. We call it a bag. But every day she's ready to ace the day. I'm proud to announce KDP. And I'm not done yet. So our next ACE winner displays the Camden values every day. This person works so hard and efficiently and is willing to go the extra mile, no questions asked. They're known for trying new things, challenging themselves to learn more for the better of Camden, and does all of this with a smile and a positive attitude. Her dedication to making Camden great is an inspiration to others around her. People have said, or her fans have said, I look forward to getting her friendly emails, and if we ever chat on the phone, she makes sure to ask how I'm doing or how my weekend was before getting down to business. Someone else commented that she always steps up to help when needed, and she does it with a smile on her face. She's the perfect balance of organization, creativity, and fun. One of her fans said she's a great friend and always there when I need someone to talk to. She lives the Camden values every day and has since the day she started. This ACE Award winner touches all of our collateral, our floor plans, our site maps, ads, invites, e-cards, basically everything with the Camden logo. I can't forget to mention the amazing job that she did, or does, with living it up and did on the Camden Cares video that we all enjoyed a few minutes ago. She cares about every piece to the nth degree, and she ensures everything goes up to the Camden standards. Everything she touches represents Camden as one of the best places to work. I'm the lucky one that gets to work with her and encounter this ACE every single day. It's my pleasure to announce Yadira Barr as our ACE. I'd like to welcome Ms. Mark. Some people are so very neat. This next ACE Award winner is known for her customer-focused, innovative ideas and endless energy. She's held multiple roles since joining Camden 4 years ago. And in every role, she has identified new and better ways to achieve results. With every change, she is focused on operating efficiency and also how it impacts Camden team members and ultimately Camden customers. She recently spent a day on site to gain a better perspective of what her customers, our team members, manage on a daily basis. What's even more remarkable is that she chose to work on a Sunday to demonstrate her appreciation for the teams that regularly work weekends to take care of Camden's customers. This ACE Award winner came up with the idea of hashtag Camden Good and brought together a cross-functional team that helped turn it into a reality. She led the project not based on job title, but on her passion for the project that she shared with others who then wanted to make it happen as much as she did. She doesn't just come up with ideas, she gets things done. As a result, she gets pulled into a lot of projects far beyond her job scope and still manages to meet every obligation with an incredible smile and positive attitude. She makes the workplace brighter and friendlier. And in every interaction, it's clear that this ACE winner is committed to improving the lives of others. Please join me in congratulating our next ACE winner, Stephanie Arriba. Like to welcome to the stage Lori Baker. You too. All right. Glasses. All right. I didn't have to go very far to get that. My mom still uses it. And it's okay. All right. In the spirit of customer focus, I want to introduce to you the next ACE Award winner, channeling my Andre Harris, who we all know is in the audience today. This winner practices the 8 key moments on a daily basis. And if you had the chance to interact with him, you would totally agree that he is completely customer focused. So I'm going to share some of the key moments and some of the quotes that we had from the numerous submissions on this particular individual. He always provides a warm welcome. He is always willing to help anyone in need or who has asked for his assistance. He's kind, considerate, extremely polite, and a valued member of the Camden family. He's always positive and makes other people smile. He's incredibly genuine, creating a connection. He loves helping people, and he is good at it. He is kind, sensitive to unique situations, and always thoughtful. He happily assists on projects outside of his job and views them as a learning opportunity instead of a burden. Owning it. When given a task, whether or not it's his job responsibility, he will own it. When he first started with Camden, he wanted to improve his own Excel skills. He took the time each evening in taking classes on his own just to learn more. He's always willing to teach others what he's learned and is very patient in doing so. He's made everyone in our department so much better because of his kind and patient self. We bring a problem to him, and he not only figures it out and solves it, but he also comes back with suggestions to tackle things we haven't even considered. Surprise and delight. He surprises and delights those he interacts with. His unassuming nature is not threatening, and he uses his expertise to find ways to improve upon processes. He always shares his time and has a fantastic attitude. His computer skills, speed, and accuracy are unbelievable, and he can always find ways to solve something, and the most difficult problems that would take me hours, if not days, he's got it figured out within 30 minutes. He proudly shares Camden, and he leaves that lasting impression with everyone, especially when he wears his bow tie. So I want to just add some of my own personal comments, because those were all from others. This ace has a strong sense of personal values that coincide with Camden's values. His friendly and warm-hearted demeanor helps him easily connect with others, which has allowed him to quickly become the go-to person in a very short time at Camden. Enjoying a low profile, one of his greatest strengths is his natural, unassuming, accepting manner. He is conscientious and a dedicated Camden employee, exemplifying all the characteristics that make him a worthy ACE Award winner. Please help me in congratulating Josh Perulian. He is our national ace. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
So sometimes you just have to go with the flow. So this National ACE Award winner, we almost didn't get a chance to work with. She was looking for a full-time job. She was taking temporary assignments. And she got an offer for a receptionist job, temporary, at a company she didn't know. And what she did, instead of just making the rash decision, no, that's not where I want to be. She researched Camden and found out what an extraordinary company we would be to start out with and how much she could learn. And she has exhibited that researching knowledge and thinking things through every day since she came on board. Not only is she a great employee, but she's an amazing mom, a full-time graduate student, and a wife. And we can't say enough about Stephanie Arriba.
That was my fault, okay? I'm sorry. Stephanie, I apologize for that, darling. You deserve your limelight, and congratulations to you.
You're not going to be hosting the Academy Awards session.
I'm retired. I'm officially retired. Can you believe we're already to the end of this amazing day? Who wants to start over and do it again? In all seriousness, this is one of mine, I'm sure for you too, the favorite days of the world. And today was no exception. I want to thank you so much for your participation in the theme. Should we just wear 80s for the rest of the year? See if they can make some 80s themed career wear. That would be super fun. Also, the work that went into the centerpieces is the winner of all the ACE Award centerpiece winners from across the country. They're being flown in, and they're going to be on display at Management Conference. So the best are going to be on display this year. And I'm happy to announce that the winner of the centerpiece for today's event is Camden Greenway. A couple of things, this kind of event doesn't happen on its own, shocker. There's a lot of work that goes into it, the thought behind it, the processes, building the presentations, the decor, the planning, the music, the whole 9 yards. There's a whole team of people that help with that. You know who you are, you're amazing, you're awesome. Thank you so much for your work and behind the scenes and making this happen. Kendra, the mastermind, she's got She made her own shirt that says relax on it. That's like an oxymoron for Kendra, but I get to wear it every day at work, and we're all going to relax from now on. All right, a couple of housekeeping things, and then we're going to say, did you guys, Mr. Odom, you with me? Did y'all have anything else y'all want to say? Are y'all good? We good? Mr. Stewart? We good? Mr. Sloan? We good? Okay. We are going to the National ACE winners and the Community of the Year. You need to get your pictures made. In K1. And then all of the community managers and maintenance supervisors, we want you to please go to room K2 and 3 for a Q&A afterwards with Rick and Keith. And then last but not least, I hope that today inspires you and has fueled your energy for the balance of the year. Today is the last day of Q1.
Yep.